You got me? Yep.
All right. So, unfortunately, Bigsby's coach decided to let me back in the casting booth after casting Rocket League. And so you got two Normanites invading this match 3 of our third place Marvel Rivals match between Epic and Norman High School. And I'm joined by my wonderful Sister Schools coach, Ian Patrick.
Hi, Ian Patrick here. And, both of us have had the pleasure of working with this team, although, it kind of feels like this is the match I wanted to see us play for first place, and we're playing it for third place, but that's okay. It does say Owasso on the screen, but it is Norman High.
Yes, yeah. And of course, perfect world in our coaching lives, we're looking for dubs here, but we have had a super competitive match. Again, going into match 3, we've seen a variety of different comps ran, some more dive oriented, even seeing that infamous from Overwatch GOATS composition where you see 3 tanks or vanguards in Marvel Rivals and 3 supports or strategists in Marvel Rivals.
Like they have dropped that to bring out a Johnny Flame, if that's his name. I hear he's strong this season.
Yes, he is extremely good. Off release, he was pretty bad. His rate of fire was low. The shotgun spread was brutal. But he has recently been buffed where he is faster, does more damage, and can shoot faster. So he is a problem, especially at higher ranks.
Speaking of problems, you consider yourself a problem DPS player, don't you?
Yes. Even though I am cursed with not having a Marvel Rivals team here of my own, I do dabble in the game. Subtle flex, finished around top 200 last season on PC and Marvel Rivals. So pretty solid work, but that's okay. But here, again, pretty close standard stuff. You're going to have a 2-2-2 coming out from Norman High with the Hella and the Bucky, and then also a triple tank composition, 2 supports, and only 1 DPS being Human Torch coming out from Epic.
Now, it's interesting that we see it's me here playing Bucky. We've mostly been seeing him play tanks and strategists, so for him to play this damage in this final round is a little interesting for me.
Yes, an early rocket ult is going to give so much space, and Thang from Minifly is so powerful, especially in that triple tank. He's basically a fat DPS. Ult is going to come out from Hodo, putting those infernal tornadoes everywhere, but a great response from Hennessy with a nice Invisible Woman ult.
Ult City up in here.
Yes, yeah. Wow. We're going to have the Magneto try to catch what he can. Great kill onto Ghoul. That's going to give a numbers advantage. The Bucky ult comes out. Huge Thing ult. I believe that stunned like 3 or 4 people.
Incredible stun.
Power Kill does have the Magneto ult online, but if I'm him, I'm trying to save this. It looks like they have great momentum. They're cleaning a lot of these kills. Just take the space that you are given. And yes, they are going to do just that. This triple tank comp is becoming extremely problematic. So much health to burn through, but very large kills, now equalizing. A rocket ult maybe could have been a bit more forward coming out.
Luckily, they're still getting some value out of that, unless Magneto... Oh, great block, absolutely.
It is a good block, but I think while he was focusing on blocking that, he accidentally gave this checkpoint. Moving on to the second point of the math. But Strange ult is active. Django is definitely going to be aggressive with this. That can be also another early fight winner.
Now, I will say, as his coach, it has been a problem this season with him holding on to that ult until the perfect moment that, players are always looking for, when really, you just want to see that ult get used.
Okay, so we're going to see a aggressive Invisible Woman ult, but what ended up happening there, a responsive Cloak ult from Astra is going to allow them to enter that Invisible Woman ult. Invisible Woman's ult is powerful, but it is not a sure victory. You can burn people through Invisible Woman, especially when Lion Gamer hits a fat Eye of Agamotto and you're standing still. And unfortunately, there's nothing you can do about it. So they're going to end up coming on top of that ult rotation there. But again, Django does still have his ult online. He has to find something if he's going to equalize this.
We see Bob's Burgers here responding to the triple tank play with a wolf. Well, hopefully that works out for him.
Norman High is running into a tempo issue. Minifly doing a great job with the Thing ult, pushing this immediately, right? Like, let's start the fight with a advantage. The Eye of Agamotto does come out, hitting only the Rocket, however, who does not fall. Great support work from the side of Epic. and that's going to clean it here. A little bit of an overinvestment from Hodo on the Human Torch ult. However, he builds it so fast with the damage he does this season, it's not going to be exactly game-changing. And they have 4 minutes on the clock to cap this third point. And we're going to see a interesting switch from Norman High's side, where we now have the Jeff coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. Apparently, it's me is going back to his strategist roots, playing Jeff. I don't know. For me, when I think of a good Jeff, I think of a good Jeff being a third strategist, mostly doing damage. How do you feel about that?
No, I absolutely agree. Jeff is best played as like a flank support. Kind of like play him in weird angles, poke people out, build the ults, which is very offensive, not defensive in nature, just because, you know, being able to have high kill potential, especially if there's a ledge nearby. So that is definitely how you want to see this build ult as quickly as possible and use it to stop momentum, which Epic does sure have a lot of.
Yes, they're just walking through Norman High School here. Oh! So we see that Jeff's going to get 2 of the tanks with his ultimate here.
Yes, I imagine he's going to take them right off. Yes. But he made an error. He needs to go directly off the map. Never throw Strange out of a Jeff ult because he can fly right back and hits a nice Eye of Icon. Great peel from Magneto, however, giving the bubble and shield to Bob's Burgers.
Ooh, attempted to block there, but he didn't get any value out of that ult anyway, so...
Yeah, it looks like we have a numbers game, and Thang is building these ults so quickly. But again, nice support work from both sides. When you see these fights take as long as they are taking, it's usually going to be a response of great ult usage and cooldowns from support players on either side. No, sometimes it is not a DPS problem. Support players are highly impactful in the hero shooter genre, as being the only class that can heal, do damage, and even sometimes create space, which people often say that the Vanguard or tank role is responsible for.
I personally have feel that games coming out like Overwatch and Rivals have put healers in a really interesting position in the hero shooter space. However, I think that some characters like Mantis do for Rivals what I think is unaccomplished by Overwatch, which is providing characters that can do so much more than just heal.
Yes, they follow this wonderful strategy, which is if every character is broken, then the game's balanced. And it makes it so fun to play, right? And of course, the IP helps. Like, who wouldn't be super happy playing as Jeff the Land Shark or Iron Man that you see in the Avengers movies in a video game?
We don't really see that many people playing Black Widow.
Yeah, you know, she's not in a great place. I mean, every character is broken, therefore it's balanced, unless you're Black Widow.
Now it does look like Epic's going to get this all the way in here. And I don't know if you can hear the cheering outside, but apparently they have some very active fan base, probably mostly parents.
Yeah, hey, Epic brings the thunder to these LAN events.
Absolutely.
That is one thing that is awesome about their community that they have there. Esports being a large part of what they support over at the Epic program. Anytime you see these LAN events, they show up and show out. So great to see them supporting their students and, of course, their students' teammates and their programs.
And you know, see right there, don't forget that this cast is brought to you by Chick-fil-A.
Specifically the Bigsby Central Chick-fil-A.
Yes. Give us more money.
We are joined. You have the absolute privilege to be joined on a triple cast. Now being joined by Matthew Straight, who I think is just enjoying the show. I mean,
Absolutely.
why wouldn't you? You know, we're casting our butts off in here.
Yeah. Just A1 casting over here.
Okay, so one thing that I have noticed in this game, Epic is going to cap about 1 minute and 20 on the clock. Solid work offensively. Tanks maintain space really well. Great cooldown uses, especially from what you see from Astra. Only running that 2 support comp. Rocket is not too complicated, okay? He's in a great point in the game. He pushes out tons of healing. His ult provides not only a damage boost, but also shield over-healing as you have it. But it is an AoE healer. You gotta just shoot your gun and get the job done.
Really?
However, Cloak, auto-aiming, right? Which is helpful, but a few powerful cooldowns that if you mismanage, it can cost your team dearly.
Absolutely.
The first time I played this game, my first impression of Rocket was he is everything I hated about Moira. All the heals from AoE orbs, but none of the cool damage. I wish we could see the scoreboard here just so I could see how much damage has this Rocket done. Is he those memes we see on the r/Marvel Rivals where he is a 0 damage Rocket? Maybe, but he's definitely providing value if he is.
Yeah, there was a 0 damage and a 0 heals rocket that went all the way to Celestial.
Yes. I love the adjustments we're seeing from Norman High here. Switching that Scarlet Witch, who on her normalcy is not that strong currently. Give her that strange team up, and she is dangerous. And she's fantastic at these isolated ones, right? Especially against flying characters. So Hoto is going to need to adjust, play within his team more, or you're going to see Bob's Burger all over Hoto this game.
Yeah. That's what's so cool about Rivals is those team ups. It just adds another layer of complexity to this game that we don't see in, say, Overwatch. Where you get two characters that might not be as good together with that team up, and now you've got a winning combo.
And I thought it was incredibly brave of Rivals recently in this new season to change up a lot of the team ups. I wasn't expecting that so early into the game. It just feels like while some people are getting adjusted to how you play with Bucky and getting that infinite ammo, well, suddenly that's not what you have anymore.
Well, it's a great tool at their disposal, right? Team ups keep the game fun, they keep the game exciting, and instead of just balancing the game by changing the numbers of health and damage or an ability cooldown, you can just change the team up, make it a little bit worse, and use it as ways to buff characters that maybe you don't see get a lot of play time, right? And that's what you saw with Captain America, right? Captain America now has a really solid team up with Bucky that you rarely do see, but you see Captain America played a lot more because of it. And finally, we do see a stop coming out here. That momentum that Norman High was carrying, almost fully capping this first part of the map, is going to be stopped.
Of course, they do have 5 ultimates. Maybe they can use that to regain some momentum.
You know, I do love the hero shooter genre. It's where I find a lot of my love for esports. But man, sometimes the electric light show is just brutal. When all
a lot
those ults,
going on here with Marvels.
when all of those ults are coming out, it's hard to know who is going to go on top. But the things that you can definitely notice is at the top part of our screen here. Anytime you see a check mark beneath these characters, that is a ultimate ability online. Something highly impactful that can change the entire momentum of any team fight that you might see, which Norman High has a pretty intense advantage of right now.
Yeah, but not if they don't use him soon enough. And Gray, as a top 200 level player, what do you think is the most impactful ultimate in the game right now, at least this season?
In the game right now, to be honest, the support category takes it. Specifically, Invisible Woman being in that category, that discussion. If there are any others that could maybe even closely be discussed, so maybe this would be surprising, but Magneto ult. Being a huge mitigator of damage and also other ultimate abilities, and then having one of the few reliable responses to any support ult in the game, being able to one-shot every support out of their ult other than a just ulted Luna Snow, who gets overshield off of her ult. It's pretty strong. So.
Yeah, as a bottom 200 player, I would agree with that. Whatever you said is correct.
Ooh, good block from Norman High's Strange, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as they're just getting walloped here by Epic.
Yes, I do want to highlight something. This is not a low-tier game. Sometimes people hear like the high school esports scene and they think that this is like, I don't know, it's mediocrity, right? If it's not college or pro play, I don't want to see it.
Right.
Tank players are doing a great job peeling and maintaining
this is
space.
High-level play.
Right?
Again, that's coming from that top 200 player here we have right here.
But really like smart decision making in gameplay. We're trading ults effectively. Some good target calling is occurring. You know, really a highlight of what it's like to play high level hero shooters.
Yeah, obviously playing very coordinated from both teams here, getting those comms correct. Torch coming in with his ult, and we have that light show that we were talking about with both Cloak and Dagger ults. On the fields.
You can tell the teams are just trying to find something. That was a great copy from Hennessy to get that Cloak and Dagger ult online.
Norman High really needs this checkpoint, and we're on overtime, so they've got to win this fight.
It doesn't look like they're going to get it as Epic runs away with the game, earning them 3rd place here today.
Yes, good draw from both teams. I can see it's very, very competitive, and that was the 3rd and 4th place too. So we'll see what the game is for our grand champ from Marvel Rivals here in a minute.
Yeah, and really,
I'm so proud of my student. It's me there, and being the first one to say good game in the chat. You know, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's the real winner. Yeah.
Yes, definitely some highlights of the game. I do have to shout out Lion Gamer, Power Kill, and Minifly. They were extremely impactful on the side of Epic. Sometimes, and look, maybe it's just because I don't get it a lot in my ranked games, but MVP can sometimes be misleading, right? Especially from the tank role. You do such little decisions that have such great impacts, right?
Yes.
It's difficult, especially as a DPS player. You really know if your tank players are good or not, depending on your ability to get things done.
Yeah.
Right? And you could definitely tell Power Kill, Lion Gamer, Minifly set tempo excellently with ults. Were aggressive when they needed to be. Used cooldowns effectively to mitigate Magneto ults from Norman High's side, or even cancel support ults from time to time. It was really just great high-level decision making from the front line of Epic that I think really separated them for them to get this win today. So really, really great work from these wonderful students.
Okay, we will be back in a couple of minutes here with that grand champ from Marvel Rivals.
And as long as I don't get kidnapped, so if I don't go back, this is my cry for help. I will be back to cast grand finals.
He might be back, this top 200 player.
I'm gonna let Michael know that.
Pick your hero. Or villain, I'm not judging. Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Even the astral realms are torn apart by the time stream entanglement.
Who better to put them back together than you and me?
I like your optimism.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we are back with our grand finals, and of course, it would not be a LAN without some technical issues. So I guess we could do some introductions. I'm back. This is Coach Gray over at Norman North High School, and the building has vacated a little bit, so I've actually pulled in one of my students, and I will let him introduce himself.
My name is Jack. I was on the Marvel Rebels team for Norman North. We placed 6 in playoffs, so I have a little experience. I have some experience in casting too. We had a community tournament. There might be one next year. So.
Oh, there will be one next year.
Okay. Well, who's that?
Yeah, so of course we'll be casting. We will probably hop back on once tech difficulties do get handled, just so you don't have to hear our voices too much. But things to be excited about. We have a Owasso versus Yukon Grand Finals. This is a best of 5 series. So it is the first 2-3. Map bans are active. Hero bans are active. You're going to see lots of different changes within this. So we will be coming back when we are active. That'd be great. Just get a little more air in here.
I have the door open and stuff. I can like hear you guys shoutcasting, so I know who to switch to.
Appreciate it. All right, and we are back. Again, this is Jacob Gray over at Norman North High School. I'm really excited that I've gotten the opportunity to cast some of these wonderful state matches. We are going into the round 1 of UConn versus Owasso Grand Finals for Marvel Rivals, competing here for a championship and a runner-up. Some very nice medals and a trophy for each of these schools. Bands coming out. Much more tank focused on the side of, I believe, UConn. We're going to have that Bruce Banner ban, very common for the amount of pressure he can put on backline, as well as some really solid team ups, specifically that Namor and Iron Man team up being very dangerous in the right hands, and then Groot being a very, very common ban this season. Him being the only tank that can create true separation between frontline and backline from just about anywhere as long as he can see you makes him the best tank in the game right now. Owasso going to be focusing on those dive characters, trying to help their support friends out on their team, making sure that you have a little less mobility in the back line so they can continue to focus on helping out their fellas in the front line. And I'm joined by a wonderful co-caster, Mr. Matthew Strait over at Bigsby.
Absolutely. This is our grand champ, so last core game of the night here. I want to shout out Caden especially, who is behind the scenes here. He's been here all day yesterday too. He's been killing it.
Caden the GOAT.
Caden the GOAT is what we call him. He is a GOAT.
All right, so some pretty standard stuff that we're seeing from the team compositions. Some very basic 2-2-2, heavily established from its predecessor, Overwatch, but some things to look forward to. So we have a little bit of a switch. Apologies. Triple support from UConn with the Luna Snow Cloak and Rocket solo tank, which is actually the less common option in the triple support comp. Usually you see that two tank, 1 DPS, and 3 supports.
That's what I love about this game. It's so versatile. You can do that 3 support and it'd be a real comp because so support here aren't just about heals, and you can do a lot of damage with them.
Yeah, absolutely. This game gives you a lot of freedom. Big pick. To Speedy is going to take out Coop, who's playing the Scarlet Witch, and Strange is going to fall shortly by the same hand. Pretty big advantage that is going to come out initially from Owasso. Bucky is incredibly strong. Notice we do have the mirrored DPS, both that Bucky Scarlet Witch, both with the Doctor Strange team up, which makes Scarlet Witch extremely powerful. As you notice there, a little bit out of positioning. Bucky's going to get caught on the side of UConn. Gives a nice opening pick for this team fight. Huge Bucky ult, and he's going to get the reset on that. If you do follow much Marvel Rivals, there is plenty of meme humor around that Bucky ultimate where he screams again and again and again, over and over again.
And over again and again. Let's see, we got this Raccoon here. That's one of those supports that can deal a lot of damage if played like that. Let's see. So Owasso's got two tank, 2 DPS, 2 supports, and it looks like we got Luna on UConn here activating her ult.
That is a great response from Luna, but a little bit of a missed call. Since only Rocket was hit by that Doctor Strange ult, even though Luna Snow ult does the most healing per second out of any of the support ults, you still can technically burn through it. Support ults are not immortality. They're just pretty helpful most of the time.
Yeah. That's one of those things that's so hard to call second by second. Is you hear that ult and you just, all right, I'm pressing Q. Because we gotta make sure everyone stays alive. So that's one of those really advanced things that we will see here.
Now I think we saw a little bit of too comfortable too soon from Owasso there. A Scarlet Witch pushing up to the spawn doors and a Bucky ult almost all the way to. Huge opening ult.
And that's what we're seeing. The come ups from that is that Owasso was a little too comfortable, pushing up a little too much. And generally, you don't want to see their spawn. If you're up to the spawn, unless you are literally spawn camping them, then you're probably wrong.
Yeah,
And
usually a bad call. I actually really like this switch from Yukon. Thor does not get a lot of love in the current meta in Marvel Rivals, mostly because he lacks a pretty strong ability to actually mitigate damage, which is pretty essential in the tank role. Thor's kind of like a fat DPS in a lot of ways.
Yes,
However,
yes.
if played right, especially against like a double shield like Magneto and Strange, you can kind of just use Thor to bully people around. A little
good.
overzealous.
Yeah, good pick there from Yukon, making sure that ult doesn't go off.
Yes, both tank ults
Yeah,
are going
lots
to be
of
used
ults going on
together
here,
from
yeah.
Yukon. And they do happen to get a kill out of that, even though the Lunastone's a great responsive
great
ult.
shield there.
GDK Fonk is responsive. Magneto's going to look for something here. Can't connect. A really nice Invisible Woman shield is going to block that. Oh, sorry, Doctor Strange shield, not Invisible Woman. That is one thing.
Trying to stand alive, but gets picked there. Let's see. It looks like Owasso has the upper hand right now. Let's see if Yukon can keep this point as long as possible.
And that Bucky ult that he built, I'm pretty sure this was the Bucky that used this right at the beginning of this fight. Because of all of those support ults, people don't realize, although no one's dying around you, it's a great opportunity to do tons of amounts of damage and charge ults very quickly. So
looks like Owasso's going to wipe here.
Yes, yeah. Yukon bringing this back again off the back of Luki, who gets a crazy 3K from a Bucky ult that definitely looked like he had no help, but his backline was right with him. So really great work from the Luna Snow and Rocket from Yukon's side. Strange TP's onto point to touch.
Ooh,
ends up
Bucky,
getting
nice
picked
pick,
for it.
2 picks there. Pushing in the Magneto, doing a lot of damage.
Dude, Luki is putting in tons of work on Bucky. Very impressive stuff. That is one thing about Marvel Rivals. There are a few DPS in the game that stand out. They're so fun to watch. They're explosive, and they have some hard carry potential.
Yeah.
The two best that probably come to mind is you're going to see
Bucky,
like Hela and Bucky.
Yeah, Hela and Bucky. Yep.
If you can click on heads and hit some cooldowns on Bucky, you can take a match into your own hands.
Yeah, and honestly, I think they were letting that Bucky sit in the middle too much there. He shouldn't be that comfortable in the front line, just hitting headshots. You know.
Certainly should do, and GDK are going to want to try to mitigate the space he takes as much as possible. Again, one of the wonderful parts about the tank roll is, again, you're a big boy. You know, you can bully around some of the squishier characters, those that have like 200 health instead of your 600. And so you cannot let them just walk on you for free. Yukon is going to secure a reverse sweep from that map. Okay, 99% nearly is what Owasso got that to, and then off of a very nice continued usage of ults from Yukon, setting tempo very well. They were able to turn that around. Doesn't look like we have any big switches here. Yukon going to stick to that Thor, which I like. And they found a lot of success in it. He felt like he was putting a lot of work. Owasso not going to be making much changes either. So what you're likely going to see is a adaptation in play style, not necessarily personnel change.
Keeping with the Thor here for Yukon after they got that first points. Trying to push in here, get into that choke so they can't come in. Awanda with her team up here. We were talking earlier about certain characters that may not be very good unless they have that team up, which is one of the reasons why we love Rivals so much.
Owasso might have made a big mistake there, stacking the Rocket and Invisible Woman ult. They are now not going to have any response for the Strange ult there.
Yeah.
It goes out, but that's actually GD Fonk's ult. So therefore, Yukon is going to have a response. Luna stacking with that. If we can see a Strange ult from the side of Yukon,
Strange
it
ult
goes
coming
out.
in. That's a
Great
big Strange
block,
ult there.
however.
Yeah, Bucky ult coming in here, see if they can get a kill here. Got
we're
2
getting
kills, 3
Scrappy
kills.
Cole, he's getting these
Getting
resets
again
it's
and again
over for
and
this
again.
team fight. And again.
And
And
again.
again. But Tess Speedy taking a fight that by ult usage alone was definitely lost, but making an excellent play, putting his team on his back to keep them in.
Yeah.
And now they're going to go in with a pretty solid advantage. You
Yeah,
have
yeah.
that Scarlet Witch ult. What I want to see here, Scarlet Witch, one thing that is rough about her is you got a big exclamation point right
Yes,
above her
yes.
head every time she ults. That's why a lot of people actually regard her ult as pretty bad. However, if you make sure her heals are up, maybe give her a Magneto bubble to help out, it can be extremely
it's definitely
oppressive.
something you need to calm. Like, hey, I'm coming in. I need supports, because they're definitely gonna try to kill her with her ults. Okay, Invisible Woman ult coming in, trying to take that space.
And it looks like that's really all they needed. But Luki,
Wow.
gigantic.
Yeah, talk about that Wanda ult there. They got 2 picks from that Wanda ult from Yukon.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very large, but now pretty big ultimate deficit. If you notice, Owasso didn't use anything.
No.
They used the Invisible Woman ult, and they traded that for Thor, Rocket, Winter Soldier, and Scarlet.
Yeah.
So this is definitely
Honestly, it was a good trade for them.
Yes.
So let's see if they can take this point back pretty quickly here.
definitely a retakeable situation.
Absolutely. They got that 3 ults and 2 more on the way pretty quickly here.
See, I like this. I wasn't seeing this from Owasso early on. These tanks need to command space. You're
Yeah,
on
take
double
this
shield. You're
space.
great. But it looks like it didn't end up mattering in the end. That
Yeah.
Thor, so dangerous
Yeah.
if he gets in your face. It's so much extra damage that Owasso does not have.
Like maybe Owasso's not focusing on specific people, not calming correctly with that sometimes. So I think they really need to focus up on who they are focusing to get these kills.
Yeah, I really do just feel it's a bit of a targeting issue.
Yeah,
right?
targeting
We have a Bucky that is taking this game really into his own hands.
Yeah.
Coop, who's having fantastic follow-up from how much raw damage. Really big strange ult, however.
my goodness. Another Bucky ult there. Yeah, there's another Bucky ult.
And that's just going to be a clean team
Yeah.
wipe. I love
that was
that
crazy.
play
Good job.
we saw.
Yeah, he just has a whole nother again just to use.
I'm going to call Strange INX because I don't know how to say that name. But what you noticed, and I believe this is why this ended up working so well. So GDK has an ult of his own. He's trying to push really aggressive, catch the backline, right?
Yeah.
INX sits underneath near this jump pad and immediately goes up, hits a fat ult right as their Strange
Yeah.
tries to take space. Great recognition of some stops to his ult and way to take advantage.
Absolutely.
A huge Scarlet ult is going to catch Luna and the fellow Scarlet, and Owasso is going to end up taking this, but again, they invest a lot to do so.
Yeah, they have one ult and one on the way here, but Yukon has 3 ults to come back here, and they just need this one team fight to get this first round.
Here's how Owasso can win this fight. Thor's ult is horrible. Sorry, Thor fans. Okay,
No,
you
yeah,
can
it's
just
bad.
run away from it. It ain't too good. Okay, as long as they can burn this rocket ult and maybe save your Bucky hook for this Scarlet, those are 2 very easy answers to this advantage that they have. They have to look at these early, though.
Strange coming in, trying to get anything, doesn't get anywhere with that because he's got shielded from Yukon.
Real early Invisible Woman ult, but
Yes.
we have a
So that does
responsive
take the
rocket ult.
space, yes.
So we are going to trade out support ults.
Okay, Wanda trying to come in with her all. Let's see if she can do anything.
Doesn't find anyone.
But that does help take that space there.
Shadu is actively walking on the back line here, but can't find
Yeah.
much. This is now a Bucky v. Bucky world, and we're just living in it.
Absolutely, yeah.
To Speedy doesn't choose to go for the ult. Had it online. 2 very large kills, make it 3 coming out from Yukon.
Strange coming in with a nice ult there from 3.
Yeah, great
but
play
not
from
enough
their
to
Thor.
really do
Again,
anything,
just
so-
bully the Strange through.
Yeah.
If he can't take space to actually clean up on that Strange ult,
Yes,
then
yeah.
make it obsolete. A lot of the time, people use the Invisible Woman push as a great way to counteract that, but Thor does the same thing. He's just in your face about it.
Yeah, I think sometimes you just need to say, all right, this guy doesn't get to play the game anymore, and just really focus on, like we were talking about earlier with even Rocket League and your Overwatch, all these, you find the weakness for your team, and you got to fix it. You got to fix it quick. So that's what Owasso needs to do is figure out what that weakness is and get it fixed to see if they can get a win here.
Yeah, fantastic work on UConn taking this first game in a solid 2-0, but close. Both point percentages were very, very high. No team was dominant in this case, but definitely a highlight from this Bucky duel that we are seeing. 20 final hits and a 5K coming out from Lukey Pookie. Fantastic name, by the way. But really some good work coming in from him to, not say put his team on his back, because of course any hero shooter player knows that even though we'd love to take the credit for everything, it really is a team effort out there.
Absolutely. And Bucky is one of those more skill intensive heroes. Like Wanda, you got that auto aim. So yes, there's like a positioning and stuff, but you gotta aim with Bucky. So the very, very good job from that Bucky here.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that you're trying to look for like a mechanical reward, right? You might have some players on your teams, people on the roster that have some pretty nice mechanical skill. You're usually going to see them fall on the DPS role fairly naturally, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you're new to the hero shooter category, DPS is your place to be, right? It's less about macro, more about your micro, your ability to aim your gun. So it's a great way to be introduced into the genre.
Sure. So we will be back with round 2 in a second here. It looks like they're doing map bans, and we'll get on pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, a really close match, but I think the margin of victory and defeat here is really small.
Yes.
Very, tweaks to each team's strategy can really make a big difference here as we head into the Hall of Djala.
I don't think UConn was necessarily rolling them. I think they were just a little bit better with their coordination, and again that targeting we were talking about. Wasser really needs to make sure they're targeting who they need to be targeting, and just getting those comms from their IGL.
And like we've mentioned before, there is just a different elements to lands. Like, even though things have died down a little bit here as we're going into the later parts of our day, I mean, the kids are tired. Right? We've been here a long time. They're hungry, wanting to go to sleep. But instead, they're here playing a grand finals match for Marvel Rivals. So it's either a do or die, lock in or lock out situation.
Absolutely, and that's the cool part about LAN. I mean, like you said, they're exhausted, they're ready to go home, but they're here. But both teams are feeling that same thing. So we get to see them play at this high level, do a lot of micro decisions very quickly when they're exhausted. So it's great to see.
Yeah, and honestly, I really like this decision by Owasso. This is one of those things like, let's not let the ego get weird. We'd love to take the Bucky duel, but they noticed that Lukey Pookie was putting up big numbers on the Bucky, and they know, hey, a diff is a diff. It happens, right? We move on, change our strategy. And then what we're going to see is to Speedy, who is now running that mirror, is going to be on that other character we mentioned that has some real carry potential, Hella. Now, some other interesting changes, too. So a double support from UConn.
Yes.
But a little bit of an untraditional comp you usually see from double support. Mantis is often a uncommon support in double support. Really common in triple support,
very
however.
common in triple because you can do that damage boost and really be like a DPS. But she doesn't have that real burst healing potential like you really want to see as a side healer.
Yes, one thing that is definitely a condition of victory for UConn is making sure that Frunk, the Black Panther player from UConn, gets damage boosted and healed as much as possible.
Yes.
As long as you can give those packs to him, it makes his dashes so much more effective and way deadlier.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going kind of a dive here for UConn. We got Panther and Thor. And that's maybe why they're doing Mantis is to help with that dive. So we'll see if that helps with them. And then obviously Thing, I think that was maybe to counter the dive they were seeing with that Thor. We'll see if that helps them Owasso take this point here and maybe get a match win.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually saw this thing switch off. They're not really running anything where his Earthbound is going to stop the movement. And at times, especially against a Mantis, you are going to see kind of a free ult battery. Again, already at 80% to ult, which is not uncommon along the sides of Yukon or from Mantis in general, but Thing can't mitigate any damage. Mantis is going to build this ult very quickly, and now they can take space off of it and walk.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things, very few things mitigate the Thing, but that Mantis can do it with that sleep. Let's see if she can get any kills with that. That's two kills with it. I think that does solidify the team fight here. Maybe I don't think they necessarily needed to do that. I think the team fight was over.
Now, honestly, I don't mind it because Owasso was kind of on the back foot. You know, Mantis builds the ult early. They have to back. Thor ults gets invested. They lose one. They end up getting an equalizing pick. But if I am on Owasso's side, I see it as I'm still at a disadvantage.
Hey, we got the point, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Goal accomplished.
Point's gone. Yeah, the point goal is accomplished here. So and instead of especially say like waiting. Because she would have to wait, at least another 30 seconds to a minute, for it to actually mean anything. So,
yeah, and great work from Ramen, making sure that this Black Panther cannot lurk around. Great shots from the Hella to Speedy.
It's really pushing back that Mantis.
And again, I kind of am shocked that we're still seeing Thing being played, but they're making it work, right?
Yeah.
Reward,
It's working right
let
now.
your Hella be able to walk, when you have, a big beefy DPS, which he is a Vanguard, but let's be honest, he's really just a fat DPS like Thor. Walking at you, I guess, is an enabler at times.
Thor trying to dive in here. Maybe we see some coordination with the dive with Black Panther. I think that would really help them.
Huge opening pick from Ramen, but they are going to be traded by this Panther. That free rocket res being so valuable.
Yeah, lots of ults being played here. Invisible Woman, Luna, both trying to counter each other.
Hey, I love my electric light color show when two support ults are being used and the teams are just staring at each other. There is not much that can go on.
2 picks again. So definitely better use of their Wanda this go around.
Yes, if I'm INX, I am looking for a Strange ult as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
Here. Well, I guess since the point's been capped, they don't want to invest too much, and I bite my words.
As he has ult. And this looks like he gets both supports,
That's
but I
a
think
whiff.
he's pushing in a little too much here.
And these Scarlet ults are getting lots of value. Double kills exchanged in a single team fight. Unusual.
Yeah.
To be honest, especially with both teams having Stranges, very mobile shield tanks that kind of throw right into Scarlet's face. It is impressive work from both Coop and Ramen to get it done with their ultimates.
Hello with her ults, trying to take this space. Strange trying to push that space with his shield, maybe pushing a little too much here.
Yes, he was trying to hold
might
this.
get back here, but no, Thing's going to engage his ult to make sure he doesn't get out of that.
Really great Thing ult from
absolutely.
GK.
Yeah, and he's pushing up a lot there, getting a lot of free space there for Owasso.
And a huge shout out to specifically Luna and Mantis on the opposite side for Yukon, keeping their Strange alive for as long as he did.
Yeah,
investing a lot trying to block that Hello.
Again, like we were saying, they don't have a lot of burst healing there, so for them to they must have used all their resources on him.
Hey, and I will give a little bit of a shout out. Support players, if you're a sports fan, they're really like the offensive line of the hero shooter world. Everyone notices you when you mess up, but when you play perfect, why aren't you talked about?
That's right.
And there really is some solid play coming out from QHSG on the Invisible Woman, and as well as, I guess, C4 Poo.
that comes from that great teamwork, that great communications. Like, hey, if I'm down, I need to calm that so my support can do something about that.
Yes, great opening pick and good trades that are generally happening. This is a scrappy fight. A 4v4 scenario. INX does have the Strange ult online. Hella goes up into the air and an immediate response.
Yeah, great response from Doctor here. Just taking the whole ult from Hella there.
With the Thing ult and Scarlet Witch ult.
Yeah, counter for the Wanda ult there.
Yes. Now, those are one of those cases like, was that on purpose? Probably not.
No,
But if I'm telling my friends about this story, it was
Yeah,
absolutely calculated that I knew that Scarlet was going to ult.
Speaking of Wanda ult, doesn't really do anything, but does, I think, take some space that they really wanted.
Yeah, now UConn cannot get off this point
Yeah.
for even a second.
They got to push up really hard to be on this point here.
Yes, and I love when you see those DPS players swap over to
There's
a
a
role
woman
like
with her ult.
Mantis. They can do so much work with the damage boost and heals. 2 kills, and they end up capping just off of those 2.
3 points there. Like we were saying, this is going to be a very close match. UConn, got that first round 2-0, but all of a sudden we see Owasso getting that 3rd point, fairly easy, honestly. Like they had have a good amount of time left.
Yeah, Owasso is definitely making the right adjustments here.
Yes.
Speedy putting in great work on the Hella. Very good use of Invisible Woman's push and pull to handle INX trying to take space, especially also with the Thor, who is trying to get in your face. That is something that support players can mitigate very well. And I do want to educate people a little bit here. What you actually saw, there is a very common phrase in the hero shooter world called C9. C9 means when you are still alive and able to fight, but you happen to miss or forget or get off of the objective of the game. Sometimes it's a capture point, sometimes it is a payload. That was actually popularized in 2016 from Overwatch 1, who nearly revolutionized the hero shooter genre by a professional team called Cloud9, where they proceeded to forget about the payload in a professional match.
Yeah.
And since that day, we have called it a C9.
Make one mistake and everyone quotes you on it now.
Yes, honestly, brutal deal from Cloud9. Really a great organization, too.
Yeah.
Okay, some changes, though.
Yeah, Wolverine coming in with, again, still diving.
Yes.
Just a bit different. Not that Black Panther. Which honestly
Frunk
probably
going over to the Rocket.
is a pretty good pick here because, trying to counter that thing. Let's see. And, yeah, we have Thor on the other side with Doctor Strange for Owasso.
Yes, and Wolverine is so oppressive. Even though he is at a slightly worse state than he might have been on release, a lot of the times you see him banned in matches because there's not a lot of counterplay. When Wolverine just grabs your front line and captures you away, there's not much you can do.
That's what happened yesterday with Broken Bow. They had Wolverine bans, and then the other team unbanned it, and that Wolverine just annihilated that round. So that's what can happen if we get a good Wolverine here. They can just take over the game.
One thing I think I am noticing is Scarlet on her own, not a very good character. Does not push out a lot of burst. The Strange team up certainly helps. Usually when you see Scarlet be successful is when they're actively targeting people who are taking like off angles, they're not with their team, people who are out of position, or if they're very good at listening to target calls is when you'll see them deliver a lot of final hits. And Ramen specifically is working with Speedy very well at cleaning up damage and kills. Luna ult comes out, a great opening pick from Lukey Pookie. Does the Scarlet survive? She does,
She
and
does
finds
survive.
her counterpart.
That's because of the report. That's probably because they're calming. Hey, I'm going to go in here. You got to protect me. So good job from that team there.
Yes, you noticed that she got down to almost like 50 health and was protected that entire time. Very great work from the Invisible Woman and Rocket on that.
To finish that fight there, keep this first points. Good job from Wassa on defense here.
Yeah, and that was a really solid hold, but they entered the danger zone. So Shadoo's going to have his Strange ult online. You're going to want to see that real early or even find an opening pick.
Yeah.
GDK.
Opening pick is, again, that Wolverine, man. Wolverine would just get that pick, and then the team fight, they gotta regroup.
Yeah,
a lot of its precious time is lost there.
The great thing about Wolverine is an oopsie daisy gets really punished.
Yeah, oopsie daisy is he's gonna get that pick here.
Thangle comes out, not able to find anything on it, but you're definitely gonna get a lot of
retreating
space
here. But UConn keeping this point very well still.
Yeah, and Shadoo's not going to be able to get his Strange ult out. Coop just using the Scarlet ult, I think, just secures some space. I think they actually assumed that Owasso would be a lot more aggressive on the retake.
And it looks like UConn is trying to take this point and really pushing Owasso out, even though they're still alive. They're just like, hey, get out of here. This is our point now.
INX can't clean the Invisible Woman that he hit with his ult. And we're seeing another Luna Snow come out. Great work from Sipu getting that active.
Nice
Fantastic
Thor
counter
ult
work
there.
from GDK.
Thor out actually getting a kill is crazy. And look at this, Owasso keeping the point. What a great defense from Owasso.
A lot of people don't know this, but Thor ult can be extremely helpful in countering supports if they stay in one spot.
Yeah.
Especially on the
You just
landing.
smack them down.
Does so much damage. All right, Hella ult comes out. Pretty common response. INX is going to fly up, put the shield right in her face so she can't do anything about it. But he's going to sacrifice his life to do so. Owasso, really strong hold here.
Awana trying to push out here. Again, that's mainly just a space-taking ult. Hey, get out of the way. This is our points.
And even though a little bit of an investment, I think they have secured it here. No
Yeah.
one able to touch.
Yeah,
Excellent
not
work
even
from Owasso.
1 point coming out from UConn. Again, UConn had a very strong round 1, and all of a sudden we see Owasso with a very strong round 2. So I think we're going to see some good back and forth here.
I think Owasso is finding their rhythm a little bit.
Yes, I think that's part of it.
And honestly, I want to highlight what UConn has done to get here. They come into playoffs as the 4th seed. Right?
Yeah, oh my goodness,
Upsetting
yes.
Epic, who came in the 1 seed.
number 1 seed. Absolutely Epic, who has many very, very, actually very, very good players who also play Overwatch. I know they have like a top 50 tank and a top whatever DPS and all of this, but UConn comes in number 4 seed and says no, this is ours. And so they're here because of that. So I think we're going to see that resilience from them. So same thing that we said with Owasso. Hey, you need to find that weakness and change, and it seems like they did. Same thing with UConn. Okay, they changed, so now you need to change too. See if we can get some points from you.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we talk about, at least over at North, we have this discussion. You might say something like this here: is seeding doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
Absolutely.
You made it here. There's a reason we play the games.
Yeah, there's a reason why we do LANs. I love LANs so much because of this. You get in person. It's just completely different. You're not in your elements. You're right there. They're right next to you. They're shouting. You're shouting. You got people cheering. It's just completely different than being at your own place, being comfortable. It's just a great experience to have.
And all that to be said, the reason I bring this up is Owasso, very talented program, obviously made it to our grand finals of Marvel Rivals. But when you make it into grands against the 4th seed, right, the person that snuck in, right, to their land, you might underestimate them.
Absolutely.
You're tired, right? You think you might have an easy path. You're like, thankfully I don't have to play the 1 seed, and then they come out and smack you in the mouth, right? And you realize, like, hey, they're in grands for a reason. We gotta play our best if we're gonna find any success. And I think Owasso has cleaned up their fundamentals, and really that's what put on such a dominant performance.
Yes.
Got a nice ban on the Bucky, which definitely ended up being helpful, and off the back of some fantastic support play and to Speedy clicking on heads, you end up coming up tying this series 1-1.
I mean, that's what almost happened to our Rocket League, who won Grand Champs a second ago. They almost lost to Ponca in the first match, going to third. So all of these teams are very close and very deserving to be here. Very competitive today. It's been a great day of esports.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of these fights here, like, I know if you look at the final score, it looks pretty one-sided. But it's scrappy.
It
like, you're not
definitely
seeing a lot of like super unique or niche strategies. Like, this is very fundamental play. It's all about responses, making game time decisions in the moment in those mid fights, right? Good fight planning. They're being rewarded from doing what we see as like the basics of play.
Yeah, the
but
fundamentals.
hey, common sense ain't too common.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you got to go back to those fundamentals and, hey, you do what works for you. And I think that's what Owasso did there. They're doing what works for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think teams are getting set up to go into this next game. We have Yggdrasil Path convoy map coming in at a tied 1-1 series.
1-2-1. Oh yes, the usual comp of 6 Moon Knights.
Hey, you know what haunts you?
The moon. The moon. You know, that's what my team would do. They would get on 6 Jeffs at the beginning here.
I love that little guy.
Yeah, that little guy. He's so cute.
He is. I wish he didn't suck.
Yeah. Okay, some bands here. So we got Hulk. What is that?
Ooh, so
Iron Fist, I think.
Scarlet is going to come out this time. So Groot is in play. That
Mm-hmm.
could change how the entire game is tempoed very quickly
Yeah.
if we see Groot be played. He is easily the most oppressive
Yeah.
tank in the game.
Still banning Hulk there. I don't think we've seen Hulk yet. So very
Yeah.
interesting to see what happens here. Honestly, I would have banned Cap. Strange.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of work coming out on Owasso with
Yeah.
the Strange.
Yeah.
But Shadu was the one playing it, and now we're actually
Yeah.
going to see him on the Groot. We have Groot Thing, which I will tell you from someone that might be playing in some higher lobbies.
Yeah, we have a top
It's a-
200 player here.
It's a real weird tank combo
Yeah.
to be hit on this.
Um,
If I see this and I am a dive character, though, I am shaking in my boots.
That's absolutely. I am not diving that. But like we were saying earlier with Overwatch, the difference between those good teams and great teams is that they're going to be good with several different type of comps.
Absolutely.
They're their players are going to be very comfortable with not 1, not 2, but like 3 or 4 of their role. So they're ready to switch at a moment's notice, ready to go. So I'm curious to see what we see here with this Groot, and we don't even see Strange here. Yeah.
We don't. This is going to be a very, very interesting game.
Yeah, and Magic. We haven't seen Magic yet.
Yes. I love that you brought that up. The hero shooter genre is awesome, especially when you get these long series. Because
Yeah.
you can't just be good at one thing. What happens if you
Absolutely.
get banned? This might become a series. It's chess match, right? You might have 3 different strategies in your back pocket, and you got to find which one works.
Yeah, it's that layer on layer on layer of what works for us, what doesn't work for them. Trying to figure that out. I love bands. They're so nice. Just adds that layer of complexity.
Absolutely. And here's what I predict from this. I think Owasso's really going to struggle to take space. Thang not
Yes.
being able to mitigate a lot, and Groot, although his walls are helpful, they're more of a defensive tool than an offensive
Yeah.
tool. You don't have the benefit like Magneto and Strange to put a shield up and walk.
Yeah, this comp seems more like a defense instead of an attack.
Yes.
So I think they do great on defense here. Maybe they need to switch up just especially this first. This is a long way before we get into any corners. This first little chunk here is really tough on attackers, especially when you got the thing that has 0, a range.
Yes, absolutely. And Shadu is going to get off that Groot and go to a more comfortable pick, that
Yeah.
Strange that we've been seeing on series.
Yeah, yeah.
And I do not blame him. His Strange has been fantastic.
It has, yeah.
Especially
most
in that
ranges
second
have
game.
been just incredible.
Absolutely.
Mr. Fantastic coming in here too. So, that pseudo tank for Mr. Fantastic.
Yes. The Bitter King putting a lot of work out
Yeah.
on Thor right now, catching the Strange off guard, making sure he can't take any
Yeah, he's
space,
pushing
even if
up
he wanted
a
to.
lot here. So it's just crazy. Yeah, one round we'll see Owasso, just act like the predominant team, and then Yukon will act like the predominant team. Then another round. It's just it's really interesting to see here.
Yeah, a really incredible chess match we're seeing between these two teams.
And Moon Knight coming out. So again, a bunch of new characters that we haven't seen. They're just
I
trying
don't
to
know
switch it up.
if you caught that. That was a canceled Thor ult. by a Mantis sleep on the cast
wow.
of the Thor ult.
Yeah, as a fellow Mantis enjoyer, I do appreciate getting those canceled sleeps. Those are hard to do, especially a Thor who's going up there really quick.
Absolutely. One thing we gotta see is I want to see Ramen and Despedy not be defensive. They have to apply some sort of backline pressure here. You cannot just wait for the dive to happen first. You have to get active. Magneto ult comes out inside of the Invisible One, finds two, both DPS die from Owasso. A fantastic Magneto ult from INX is going to keep this at a stalemate, holding them nearly in their spawn door for 3 minutes now. Coop on the Punisher does have his ult active.
Yeah.
Very dangerous.
But also, I think UConn's being a little too much here. Yeah, I mean, like we were saying, that first round with Owasso, they were being a little too up. We can see their spawn. Yes, we're gonna see the spawn either way, but they're very close to their spawn. They gotta be very careful here.
Yes, Luna ult is gonna come out as a response here, and that Punisher ult might shred. Neymar ult does come out though, but with the Luna, there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, Luna with that Punisher, you're just nothing you can do about him.
Huge ult coming out from Owasso's rocket. They stabilized that Punisher ult almost completely with just the rocket.
Strange
ult.
coming in, trying to get his
Huge
ult.
freeze!
Yeah, freeze from Luna. Great freeze here. I mean, honestly, there's some great CC we're seeing from Owasso this round.
C4 Poo has honestly what would have been a game-winning ult.
Yeah.
Catching both supports, hits a critical freeze to now what's probably going to result to a spawn door ult.
Yeah, spawn door hold here. That is just incredible. I mean, again, we're seeing these matches where UConn does very good first rounds. Owasso does very good second rounds. That was a little closer, but they still did very good over UConn. And now we just see UConn hold them to the door.
Like you're telling me
crazy.
this Owasso team caps all points, 2 minutes left, and full holds on defense to get, 10 meters out the spawn door?
Yeah. It's crazy. So, I think part of that is that momentum with that's what I talk about a lot with my teams. Like that difference between a good team and a great team is just mental. If you think you're losing, and you're not talking, you're not having that energy, you've already lost.
There's a great quote out there that the person that dreams of success and dreams of failure, both dreams usually come true.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
and that applies a lot.
Your thoughts
in the
come into
world.
fruition. Yeah, if you're gonna clam up and you're gonna keep to yourself, you're not gonna work as a team because you're down. You're gonna stay down. And I'm not necessarily saying that's what happened here, but. That was a great hold from UConn. I mean, they've got to do basically nothing here.
Now, I want to point this out. Owasso has the Hella Thor team up, a guaranteed res on final hits, a free res on Rocket, infinite ammo to Punisher, and the best buddies team up for Rocket and
we'll see.
Groot.
Maybe miracles happen here. That would be even crazier to see them push it, but as that mental here, like UConn, all they gotta do is push them off the cart for a second, and then they're done, right? So I think they're employing the right strategy, just going full dive. Heck, if we die, we're getting a little point, and you're getting a little distance, and then we just keep doing that 3 or 4 times, we're done.
Man, and I have a lot of sympathy for Frunk. Black Panther is not a super easy character to learn initially.
Very hard. Kind of like Spider-Man.
Yes, well, maybe not Spider-Man.
Not as Spider-Man, but
maybe not as hard as Spider-Man.
Spider-Man's very hard.
But he's very difficult. But one thing is you can put so much work on Panther, and sometimes at the end of the day, you really are just the tickle monster.
Yeah.
Great kill, though, on to Speedy. Should be a free res, though, from the rocket pylon.
Yeah, Owasso's got to keep on this. And then that's a hard place to keep because it's not even at the corner. Which obviously that's where they'd want it to be at the very least. So we'll see what happens here. Cloak and Dagger pushing in with their ult. That's the problem here for Owasso is that they're gonna have to use their ults as soon as possible for most of this.
Yeah, they're not allowed to really give
No.
any space, but they're doing a
cannot
good
give.
job
Yeah,
so far.
I mean, they've gone several minutes here,
Yeah.
so good job for them. All we need to see from UConn is, hey, we just got to get our ults and then you push in. So we'll see what happens.
UConn up 1, but no, Owasso is cleaning these kills. Speedy is going to kill
Speedy
2.
coming in with
And a
his
Punisher ult's going
ult
to
again.
definitely secure that.
See, that's what I'm saying. These matchups are just crazy. UConn held them here, and then here we have Owasso doing the same exact thing. So great on Owasso keeping it even this far. That's very hard.
Absolutely. The mag going to be going online, having a Magneto ult, probably going to be in response to a Hella ult. Infinite ammo comes out.
Okay, another Punisher ult from
Punisher ult
UConn.
and Luna Snow,
Pushing
though.
up.
There's not much you can do.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You got to get that a little more ults and just push in together, and it's done. But again, that was a great effort from Owasso, honestly, that they kept
certainly.
it that long. That is a crazy defense.
And they had to push maybe 10 meters, and they still held them for 2
for
minutes and some
a long
change.
time. So, I think we're going to keep seeing this back and forth, but UConn does take that second point. So we are at match point for UConn to see what happens here.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking a bit at the numbers from either team, if you look at the Bitter King, well-deserved MVP putting up 20,000 damage in a 6-minute game
crazy.
on Thor. I mean, bro was frying.
In that little section, too. Like there was not a lot of corners, not a lot of good places to dive there. Just doing a lot of
I mean, look, it might not be meta, but there's nothing wrong with the rule of cool. If you're dropping 20,000 damage in 6 minutes on Thor, get this guy on Thor.
That's right, exactly.
Get this guy on Thor. Wow, pretty interesting series. Like a true back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we want to see. It's UConn 2.
But yeah, we usually within the esports world, it's tough to find matches where you're trading rounds. Like maybe it ends up being like a 3-0 and they're all close. But to find a match, especially in a grand finals, for the chip, where you have to scrap for every single inch.
Both of these teams are playing the best they can possibly. They're giving it their all here. So yeah, again, great effort from everyone. Again, what you were saying, UConn taking down the #1 seed Epic to get here. We'll see if they can get this grand champ. But either way, I would be walking up, head hung high. From this tournament.
Hey, to quote a very prominent Marvel Rivals character, they're putting on a show.
Yes,
putting on a show. All right, so while they're doing map bans, we take like a tiny break from the caster side, drink some water. We've been here all day, especially Coach Trade over here, working night and day to get this.
I haven't been home in 3 days.
Yeah, please send this man
That's
home.
almost a joke.
Please send this man home. So we're going to take a short little break, get some water, collect ourselves, and then we're going to be back with a super exciting series. UConn 2, Owasso is 1, heading into the 4th match.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
All right, and we are back. A little bit of a personnel change. I am back here, Coach Gray from Northern North, and I am joined here by one of my students, and I will allow him to introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Owen. I play this game for fun, but I know what's going on, and I'm very entertaining.
At least he likes to think he is, so at least we will try our best to give you a bit of a show. Again, fantastic series. UConn up 2-1 against Owasso in our OKSE Marvel Rivals Grand Finals as we go to the Symbiote map.
And one thing I did notice, they did ban the Scarlet Witch here. Because they have been abusing it this entire round, series, and it has been working, and they did ban it here just to give them a little bit of a leeway.
No, absolutely. And I think it's a good ban. One thing I do think is a bit of an error, though, on Owasso's side is allowing that Bucky to fall.
Yeah.
Lukey Pookie in the first game put on a show on Bucky. And to Speedy, a very talented DPS player, has been putting in lots of work on the hell of this game. But, again, things could change.
Yes.
However, didn't work out first time. So we will see if maybe strategies have changed. Maybe some confidence, a little bit of work ethic could change the tide, and we are going into round 4.
Yes, should be very exciting match point for one of these teams. Have to work their butt off to get this dub.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm also curious about the Strange play. Both have been absolutely fantastic and a mirrored Thor. So
yes.
GDK and Bitter are both going to be on the Thor this time around after UConn has been using the Thor very effectively this game.
Very, very, very. Their ults are perfectly timed too. And sometimes their strains can be a little off on their ults. Maybe try to team it up with the Scarlet Witch, you know? Wow.
Yeah, real scrappy. A great push. And notice that Ramen, who is now on the support ult, actually pulled Thor back into that team fight in synchronization with their Thor player. And that's going to open up this whole fight.
Lukey Pookie in the backline with his ult. He can pop this relatively soon.
Well, being down 3 makes this especially dangerous. That opening pick makes it very difficult. So I think he'll probably hold it here, and they're going to have to give this, hey, great use of teamwork and nice ability usage. Again, I do my best to give our support players some love because they truly are the offensive linemen of the hero shooter world.
Yes,
they're only talked about when they're doing bad, but man, when you have a good support player on your team, it changes everything.
Yes, because if you don't have that support player, your tanks don't get healed, and that diving DPS, if you have a Luna, they don't get snowflaked. So that can change the entire way their DPS pushes.
Yeah, absolutely. I bet we're going to be seeing a Bucky ult fairly soon from Despedy, and there it is. He lets it rip. Does he get that reset, however?
I think he does
there.
Let's go.
Going after Punisher, Despedy going crazy.
He gets that. He gets the support hit. Support runs off, though.
Yeah, it's really tough to catch a rocket, especially as he's scurrying up the
wall. Gets that kill.
Hey, a great opener from Despedy, and the mirror so far definitely working out.
Yes.
He's being enabled very well by GDK, who's applying a lot of pressure into Lukey's face, right? He's not allowing this 1v1 kind of duel to happen here. He's applying the pressure first.
I feel like what this Thor is trying to do is he's trying to get this tank out of the cloak and dagger ult so that way he can try to get some tick damage on him. And then they're going to use this Luna to push up here and get them back. So that way they can get off this point.
UConn invests a lot to win that fight. We stacked the Luna, Rocket ult, and invested both Thor and Punisher. There was not much Owasso could do to earn themselves any space there. But however, like we've talked about previously in this cast, they are set up for a very good position to retake this. You have however, Strange ult and Bucky ult from the side of UConn. If used early, could strive for some success.
Oh, here goes a Bucky ult.
The Bitter King is going to fall first.
He has Snowflake and a Rocket ult. He could get a lot of damage here. They have their Strange singled out, kinda.
Lukey is not going to get the resets, however. A great reactive Invisible Woman ult. Immediately sees INX.
Another Bucky. He gets their Thor. Their Thor's hit.
Paired with the Strange ult. Oh, that's free.
That's so free. Their Bucky gets hit. Both Buckies go down. Wait.
I think the damage is done, however. Speedy's going to get rezzed by the rocket pylon, and they're going to have a lot of space to work.
They got this Thor singled. They couldn't get him in time, I don't think.
Yeah, and they're going to cap
Yeah.
this first half.
This
of this
Bucky,
convergence
this
map.
Bucky is doing very good right now. Speedy is like working it right now.
Hey, I love that. From round 1, we see a little bit of a differential that caused a ban to happen. And Speedy, by the time we get deep in the series, is like, you know what? Put me back in the saddle. Get me on Bucky. I got this
Yes.
guy. And he is putting on a show for us. And again, Ramen, who has been playing the Scarlet Witch most of this series, is putting on crazy work.
Yes,
on
very
Invisible
very
Woman.
good work. Very good work. Did you see that Thor pull though on that Strange? He pulled him out of the way so his team could get a little bit of extra chip damage. That was awesome. Very good play by that Thor.
UConn is going to need a strong reset. They ended up giving a lot of staggers, right? That is when you take a fight not with your full 6,
Right,
happen
yep.
to get picked off, and it puts your team at a disadvantage when you can finally take that first big fight.
He pulled this Strange out. He's very good at pulling these guys out of their team and like singling them out. I feel like if here goes the Thor ult.
A great cloak fade.
Cloak. That was a good kite.
QHSG is also playing fantastic this series. Owaso's support players putting on...
Oh, that was a stupidly good Strange.
Yes, the reactive Luna ult, though, putting in tons of work.
Another one. Here we go. Punisher's dead.
Punisher ult is going to be taken out by a Thor ult.
Rocket's
and
helping this Bucky.
Owaso's coming out on top on this.
Wow.
Every single ult was used by UConn.
And they couldn't do anything.
And Owaso takes it while still saving the cloak ult.
This cloak ult's huge for whenever he gets out to this end choke point.
And
They
I don't
can
know
get
if they'll
this.
even have a touch.
Oh my
They
gosh.
weren't even able to touch.
Wow.
Owaso caps this with 2 minutes and 33 seconds left after literally getting spawn hold last map.
Exactly. Like this can turn so easily just depending on who's in the right positions as like DPS, healer, and tank. Like it can all change in 2 seconds.
Yes, and honestly, I think the big reason that they are having success here is Speedy has, put on his big boy pants, right? He's winning this duel, but a lot of it is due to the help from GDK creating great space, causing that huge displacements that you've talked about, specifically making it difficult for INX's Strange
Right.
on the side of UConn. Ramen, who has not played support at all this series,
actually
who
doing-
is now on the Invisible Woman and is putting in tons of work. Pulls corresponding with Thor displacements, greatly timed Invisible Woman ults to shut down INX even further, who has been such a problem this entire series. Really some impressive adjustments we're seeing from Owaso
Yes.
to, again, completely turn the direction of this series like we've seen.
Now, do you think that there will be a lot more communication between timing ults together? Because, I mean, you could possibly see a Cloak and Dagger and then possibly a Thor. Because then they could push up on this cart here. And I feel like the comms would be way better because now they're more focused in. They're pulling up to the end here and they got to lock in.
I honestly, and not trying to predict the future too much, but this has been a back and forth series the whole way through.
Yes,
We've never gotten more than a 2 lead. Owaso is looking great. I think whoever is going to leave today with a title to bring back for their program, it's going to go to a match 5.
Yes.
I think Owaso's got the momentum. I think it's going to come down to which of these teams wants it the most, and it is just going to be a gritty fight in that match 5.
What a smoke.
Yeah,
Kind of-
something that's really valuable on the Punisher side that people don't often use is you can kind of just throw the smoke in their face and it gives you essentially wall hacks.
Yeah, and it's also like a flashbang. If they're in the middle of that smoke, they can't see anything for a good 2 seconds.
Significant over-aggression is punished by Owaso. Shadu and GDK are going to get caught out by a very well-used Discord and blind from Cloak player, the Bitter
do
on
have the rocket
UConn.
ult down.
They do have the rocket ult down. That is going to be an equalizer, which that's not the ult. It's the team up for the infinite ammo. But
yes.
ults are closely online. Bucky ult, however, does come out. Does he get the reset?
He gets the support hit. He
It
can't get
appears
it.
that Speedy doesn't get the reset, but Lukey
he's getting
Pookie
lit.
finds a 3K with a
Wow.
Bucky ult of his own.
That was good. And they get this team wipe.
Yes, and UConn is going to end up capturing this map with plenty of time on the clock. So this is not going to be those swept maps that we have been seeing in this series. UConn saying, you know what, Caster? I don't want to go to a game 5. I want to end it right here.
Yes. It would be a very good game 5 if it did come down, but I feel like UConn's just going to try to push up even farther. Magneto had to use his bubble. He got pulled in by that Bucky. What a good play by that Bucky.
Great use of tech by Despeedy. How you actually do that is you Bucky pull them in, and as they're reaching the very end of it, you step forward to put yourself on the opposite side of them and then uppercut them back into your team. Very useful to know on the Bucky character and can be very powerful as an opening displacement.
Their Invisible Woman is getting a little farther up, do you not think? I mean, he was fully pushing up that Bucky and like almost singling him out.
Yeah, but hey, Ramen gets out, so can we really be too upset?
Nah, not really.
Okay, Cloak is a nice tempo ult, immediately matched by QHSQ. Magneto ult comes out, does catch her, however,
And
so
Bucky
the
has
advantage
ult.
is going to be for UConn. Ramen has to use the Invisible Woman ult to try to match the sustain. Rocket ult goes out from UConn, so now you have heals and damage being used.
Bucky out coming out.
Does
hits
he
3.
catch backline? Does he
Backline
get the
gets
reset?
got. He doesn't
Great
get
support
reset.
work here to keep all 3 members alive and make sure Lukey does not get a reset.
They are pushed
Huge
back, though.
hook by Lukey, however, to catch Despeedy. That's a numbers advantage to UConn.
They have the Punisher ult here. They could use it at this choke point.
But why would they? You have the ult advantage here. They're giving you the space you need. You want to look for something a little scrappier and then use it to walk. You may not have a support ult to help you, but, you might have INX's shield or a bubble or anything to take space. Rocket ult is going to come out from Owasso.
Man, that Thor is just getting absolutely healed. His healers are doing great right now.
Yeah, OKSE's rocket ult makes it very dangerous to try to take any space here, but UConn does not care.
Bucky ult comes out.
Can Luke catch anything? Huge strange
oh my
ult catches
gosh.
3 in correspondence with Despeedy and GDK's ult. A bit of an investment, but it's actually not over. We have huge sustain coming out from UConn. Both ults are used at the same time,
Invisible
however.
Woman ult goes down. Magneto, he did not
INX
get any
can't find
picks.
anything. This is a scrappy fight where
One pick from
Owasso
Bucky.
appears to be going on top here. The bidder's going to fall. INX falls first with the main tank out. They have to give space.
Yes.
Owasso
There goes
is
that
going to end up
Punisher.
taking that fight. We've had 2 fights now where I think every character has just about used every ult they've had, like purely based on rotation.
I mean, I might as well, just because if you hold on to that ult too long, and later in the game, you're just holding on to that, and times you've missed using your ult, your team just gets a little frustrated at you. And I mean, just holding on to that ult is very crucial just to use it then.
No, absolutely. And we're going to see a pretty similar Electric Light show here. Luna has her ultimate online for the side of UConn. They're likely going to use this as a tempo ult or as a response to GDK. Nice opening pick from INX, however. We don't have that free
Here
res
comes the
online
cloak.
anymore.
Cloak ult goes down.
Great
pushes up.
freeze.
Ulting.
They choose
no
to
picks.
save the Luna ult until the ultimate is completely cast. Very
Here
smart.
comes the Punisher.
They can walk with the Punisher ult here, and there's not much they can do to stop it as 3 people fall
Wow.
immediately.
Four picks down, 2 up. They're running away.
I mean, what do you do if you're Owasso? You got a rocket damage boost, overhealing from the rocket ult, a Luna ult you're walking through, and a Bucky and Punisher ult stacked on top of each other.
I don't know either.
I mean, skill issue, honestly, I guess.
Be great if this. You know what? Never mind. I'm not even gonna say it. I just lost my train of thought there.
That's okay. Shadu does have his Strange ult online. He's
Oh,
looking
there he
for it
goes.
here. Can he catch
He
anything?
gets a couple. He gets their tank.
That is a huge ult immediately catching 2. The Cloak ult is going to buy time, however. This is going to stay a 4v6 for quite a while. Likely not going to be able to secure any kills inside of here. And just as I said that, Owasso is going to find 2 of their own.
Now, what I didn't notice at the beginning of the match, but they are running a triple hero with no Mantis.
Yes, it's not necessarily a requirement. Mantis and Adam are commonly slotted in that 3rd support slot, but it's not uncommon to see things like Loki, Invisible Woman, and Cloak, right? Rocket being incredibly popular as well. So it's not impossible to see it. Some people just respond to the Mantis as a 3rd support just because of the amount of damage she puts out.
They have this Invisible Woman out here in case anything gets a little bit too close. And this Bucky has his ult now. Invisible Woman
Shadu
ult.
gets a crazy pick off the beginning, and Tespedi is
3
getting
ults
multiple restarts as he goes again
Another
and
ult
again and again.
and
Wait,
again.
but Magneto finds 2. That's both supports.
Another Bucky ult comes out here. Bucky goes down. He
Owaso's-
doesn't get the refresh.
Owasso still is on top here
Rocket
with
goes down.
one support alive. Ramen being the
Wow.
only support living from Owasso's side. And you better believe it, we're going to a game 5.
Wow, that was very entertaining. I think this game 5 is going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, I think this has been back and forth where it's like teams are taking turns being like the dominant favorite. Like you have a 3-0 and a spawn hold and a 2-0 in the first round to now a little bit scrappier here, but still a really impressive performance from Owasso.
Very.
Going into a map 5 where it literally is what team wants it more.
Yes. This Strange going 36-4 with 5 assists. I mean, that Strange is he's just very good. And I mean, if you look at this Bucky too, he's 30-6 with 20 assists. They were putting in some good work there.
Yeah, really fantastic teamwork. Great target calling you see, especially from the side of Bucky. Having as many assists on a character that is as bursty as you could describe it. For Bucky, it is impressive to, put out the damage that you do, have your team follow up. It requires some good communication. So you can tell that we're really firing at all cylinders from the side of Owasso.
Yes. And that was a great game.
And now as these teams discuss bans, I bet teams are feeling it. We're tired. We are going into a game 5 and two teams that, maybe didn't expect to be here. Owasso is the 2 seed going into this, but UConn, the 4 seed, upsetting the 1 seed to make it into grand finals. And they are absolutely giving us a wonderful broadcast for us to cast over today. So I'm very curious if they decide to go a different direction with the bans. I don't think the Bucky was incredibly impactful or favorited on either side. I think both Buckys played really well. What I would think would be interesting to see is a Strange ban.
Yes, I do think the Strange ban would come in handy because, again, that Strange was getting so much space with his other tanks and support help. I mean, that was just helping them push up in that front line. And their back line was staying sustained too as their Bucky was sitting there helping them. And he was just building that ult as those tanks tried to take space too. So, I mean, it was really free. Aww. How long?
I don't know.
Is it good thing? Oh yeah, I just want to chill for a little bit before fucking.
All right, that's all right. We're going to do a little solo commentary going into this Game 5. I would love to see in chat, if you are viewing here, if you have any fan favorites or people that you'd love for me to talk about the impact that they have had on this game. Again, I absolutely love the opportunity that I have to be able to give any knowledge that I do have to highlight some of your favorite players. So please feel free to show them love so we can see and they can look back on this and show exactly who is being supported. So one thing I would also be intrigued to see is we did see the Scarlet Witch ban go out for Game 4. But when the Scarlet Witch got banned, you saw Ramen, who was a DPS player this entire time, switch over to an Invisible Woman that was extraordinarily impactful. I wonder if the Scarlet doesn't end up getting banned, if we'll actually see Ramen stick to this ult. If I am Owasso, I want Ramen to continue to do work on the support role. They have been so incredibly positively impactful in this game, specifically within that map pool. Now it looks like with some of our map bans, we're going to be going to Tokyo 2099. We got the Bitter King as number 1, and I agree. I love seeing a fantastic Thor player who is going out and putting up work. We got Kage, the nephew. Absolutely love the work that they are doing in this game, and that is Bitter King. Awesome. He's playing fantastic. Again, Thor is not a traditional character that you see. Pretty common in the low ranks of the game, but we are seeing it played at a very high level today. Great displacements. Absolutely wonderful work on the Thor ult. Even earlier in the series, actually seeing support ults being canceled by Thor ult, which is extremely difficult to do. And we're rooting for Ramen with Owasso. And hey, I'm rooting for Ramen too. We love a flexible hero shooter player where each role requires a different unique skill set, from the Vanguard to the Duelist to the Strategist. Ramen showing that he is a jack of all trades while playing DPS the first 3 maps and then switching over to the support and being just as, if not more, impactful on that strategist role. So really fantastic work. We absolutely love that you guys are here cheering on your nephews, friends, and classmates and supporting these programs. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a map 5 in this grand final series. After this, you have Rainbow Six Siege to look forward to. Don't know if that one is going to be casted, but hopefully streamed. And we'll probably find some people to cast it. You know, there'll be some people lying around, so we will figure it out. But again, we are going into a map 5 of this series.
Yeah, I'll cast either way. Either I cast or I fall asleep. So we're gonna be casting that.
Yeah, don't ask the amount of caffeine that Coach Trey and I might have to consume in here.
Not nearly enough. Whatever the amount is.
But hey, I will give a huge shout out. It is not a small ordeal hosting these state competitions. Our friends at Contenders, Coach Strait over here at Bigsby have done fantastic work, as well as lots of help from executives of the OKSE, Caden Hudson over at Epic, being a great supporter of esports in general, making moves and making sure we have a fantastic state competition, as well as giving us the privilege to be able to cast and display these games to you all. So thankful for them, thankful of all the work that they're putting in to give our kids and folks at home an awesome experience and viewing experience. So I had talked about this earlier. I was curious if the Strange Band was ever going to happen, and it's time.
There it is.
It's time.
Strange Band.
We finally see it coming out.
But yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, Contenders has been just amazing.
Really big shout out Contenders.
Especially has been here working both days. He's just been indispensable. And also, my friend here, Coach Gray, has been very helpful with yesterday especially, and just helping here and there, and obviously shoutcasting several hours a day too. So we're having a lot of fun here.
Hey, absolutely. And a few changes we're going to see. So Strange is out of play. Okay? INX very comfortable on the Magneto. We have seen fantastic plays from Yukon's side on the main tank role. Owasso, however, we've seen struggle without that Strange in play.
Yeah, I'm very curious.
We're going back to that Groot role. Shadu did not find a lot of success on the time that we saw them.
I will
play
say they got their Bucky back.
Yes, the Bucky mirror is happening, not even being played on Yukon's side.
Yeah.
Frunk whipping out the Human Torch.
Yeah, so I mean, they got a nice range here at this first little point, so I can see why they wanted a torch here. So we'll see what happens here. See if they can keep Owasso from pushing up just like they did in that third round.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Groot creating a lot of separation, but can get burnt both physically and metaphorically.
Yeah, he is literally made of wood here. So
wouldn't that be funny if he did Human Torch did double damage, like fire to Groot?
That's what they should do. Yeah, just completely
make the game
buff
even
him.
quirkier.
Yeah, just completely destroy Groot.
I do think that the Yukon having this back pocket Human Torch is going to absolutely throw Owasso through a loop.
Yeah.
So Speedy does switch to the Hello, though. Great counter to a lot of the flying characters on the roster.
But like we were saying, these great players are going to know how to play several different characters very well, and we're seeing that with that Human Torch. I mean, he's doing a great job keeping this space very well as Human Torch, which is great at doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And Frunk is putting in work. A really good ult allows him to hold space. INX, though, and Magneto, does he find anything?
Magneto
that is
getting 203.
Finding Thor and Invisible Woman.
Yukon having this crazy defense like we saw 2 rounds ago, keeping Owasso just at spawn. Let's see if Owasso can adapt here and get out of this spawn.
Yes, and Coach Straight, like, this is not what you want to see in a Game 5 situation. You talked about earlier how mental is so important for these kids as they compete. They cannot go in a situation where they have to defend basically their spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's 9 o'clock here. They're exhausted. The Game 5. Several of these players played at different states, so they are at their last ends here.
And guess
it looks like they're pushing up here.
It doesn't look like they're going to have to.
No.
As Speedy hits some really nice shots by the space created by GDK's Thor ult.
Absolutely.
That forced them back.
What a great Thor ult. Thor pushing in to hopefully take this first point for Owasso. Puncher trying to push in here. Let's see if UConn can get the point, but I don't think they will. Nope. So Owasso going from, hey, they were at spawn to first points capped out of nowhere. Almost.
Hey, momentum's a powerful force.
It's that
they
momentum.
chased eliminations early very well. And also, way to have some unselfish play from GDK. You know, sacrificing his life with the clash there so that he gets focused, so that they cannot get the contest.
Yeah, I'll just point out, like, Owasso's got 5 ults.
Yes, they do.
From that first point. So they have a great ult economy coming in. Hopefully they can take them some space here. Visible Woman coming in with her ults. Hella out ults. So several ults, but still, ult economy is great for Owasso. So
and we got the electric light show happening.
Yeah.
Magneto doesn't find any kills, however, in the Invisible Woman ult.
There's supports here. Getting that Luna slept. Magneto pushed in here against the other Magneto for UConn.
Yes, and we are at an even playing field here. The Rocket Res is going to bring back GDK, but even Schmeven, as we now see, Shadu on the Magneto. Great switch. Definitely going to be a lot more impactful than on the Groot. A lot more comfortable for him. But again, we trade there even. Shadu falls, but Frunk, the Human Torch on the side of UConn, immediately gets traded. This is that scrappy Game 5 that we were hoping for.
Absolutely, yeah. You want to see this get a lot closer here. Mantis keeping their tanks up. Hella trying to get some space taken. Hopefully getting this second point for Owasso. So Owasso pushing up, doing a good job of keeping this space.
Yeah, I love this. You know, be aggressive. Let's take and hold the point in which we actually have to capture, get a little extra time, instead of just playing on cart. Like, let's hold this space passively.
That momentum. Yeah, that momentum comes up. You keep that momentum. Keep it pushing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now UConn trying to take back that momentum with several ults here.
That Punisher ult is going to be a problem.
Absolutely.
But he's going to fall. Cloak and Dagger falls off the map.
Pushing out. Magneto. Human Torch here, trying to take some space with his abilities. Looks like UConn will push back Owasso to this corner. Not necessarily taking the second point just yet.
And honestly, I am loving the support work I am seeing.
Yes.
It's responsive. That is an incredible kill from INX.
Absolutely.
He finds exactly what he needs to cancel the Invisible Woman ult.
Yeah, Cloak and Dagger pushing in with her ults. That's a great space taking ults. Trying to get that second point capped for Owasso. Get some more time, get some more space.
And that's why triple support can be so oppressive, right? Like, even if you're INX in this situation, I find the exact kill that I need on Invisible Woman, and you're telling me I have to deal with a Cloak ult after, before that, I had to kill a Rocket ult.
Yeah, it's just that sustain. Yeah, like you're not going to kill us. We're going to stay here, try to get a pick or two.
But it doesn't matter. UConn does look like they're going to push them. Huge
all the way back to their spawn again. Again, it's that momentum we're seeing from UConn. If they can keep that momentum, they're gonna keep Owasso to their spawn.
Yes, if UConn can find any kills here on this chase, it might be over for Owasso.
We got 6 seconds
desperately
left for
need
Owasso,
to touch.
who need to push in really hard. Great space taking from UConn, making them really hard for Owasso to take that
Speedy
space
with
here.
an opener, but Cloak is going to get traded immediately. support ults are coming out from
Yeah.
both sides as
Thor
we now
pushing
see
up.
a Hela and Thor ult be traded on opposite
Yeah,
side.
all ults being activated here. Lots of
Speedy
ults
finds
from
two.
Owasso. Mance is coming down from rockets. Looks like Owasso is going to be taking this fight here. Let's see if UConn can come back and get them, keep them on overtime. Looks like Human Torch is going to just stay as long as possible. See if I can get them, keep them on this points.
UConn wanted to win that fight at the spawn,
Yeah,
though, right? They pushed in
absolutely.
with 10 seconds left, trying to find any early kill they
Yeah.
can. And
So
Owasso
great
does an excellent
from
job.
Owasso pushing back.
But it's not
Yeah.
over yet.
Yeah, not over yet, which
But he
is
gets
crazy. Yeah,
GDP
we got
finds
Cloak and
Coop.
Dagger ult taking this space. Thor trying to take this
INX does
space.
find two, both of which are supports.
Invisible Woman with her ults.
Ramen's the only support alive from Owasso side. The Bitter King
Yeah,
finds two.
Thor ult
No supports
pushing out
alive
here.
for Owasso.
Human
but
Torch
Speedy
still pushing
is.
in. Can they take this second point?
It's a numbers game.
They
It's a
need
Speedy.
this
It's just
second
practicing
point. Can they get it?
Kovacs.
And they get the second point. Great job from Owasso. They definitely needed this for this win.
I mean, look, I haven't seen the script. I don't know if you wrote
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
but-
it did. They're not following.
But man,
it.
like, this is some professional
Yeah.
work.
We'd have been done if the script followed. Okay,
I'd be in my bed
Yeah,
right
I'd be
now.
in bed right now.
But really, like, this is the series we have been wanting for this
Yeah,
Marvel Rivals
absolutely.
Grand
This is-
Finals.
This is a great round right here. Very good back and forth, keeping that momentum as they get it from each side.
Love this ult from UConn. Lugi's going to early Mantis ult. Ramen pushes off the Bitter King off the map with an Invisible Woman full, and
Human Torch.
Speedy finds one.
Trying to take some space here, using his abilities to keep him off. But Owasso just doing a great job of
And just look how
pushing
fast
forward.
he can burn
Yeah.
that Hela ult.
burning hella like crazy. Oh my goodness. Okay, Invisible Woman with her ult on that corner, trying to make sure Owasso doesn't keep this
GDK
corner.
is being an
20 seconds
absolute
left on the clock
menace
here.
for the backline of UConn.
What a crazy
canceling
push from
another
Owasso.
support ult.
Okay, Owasso pushing up. Looks like they have a good chance of getting to point the 3 here with UConn definitely coming in, seeing if they can take this back. They only got one ult here though with Torch.
Yes.
And
Should
here we got
Udos
3
possibly have the
ults
response?
being activated from Owasso with that Cloak and Dagger ults. That's very hard to keep
That should
from that
be a good
sustain.
response for Human Torch.
I think it's over here for UConn. What
And
a
they full cap.
great round for Owasso. We were just talking about how they were about to get spawn camped, and they are over here taking point 3.
So you have less than a minute left, and you are being held in your spawn. And you
Yeah.
turn this around to, even though you don't have any time left, you full cap this map.
That's what this is about. Yeah. So
and not
that's-
only do
it's
you do that, but
mental.
you nearly get overtime
Absolutely.
every single
What-
section.
What great mental from Owasso we're seeing here. They're keeping it up. That's why we talk about with our students. It's not over till it's over.
Exactly.
Yes. They had that minute left. They push in. Now they're in 3 points with UConn having to take a lot to get this grand champ.
Certainly, and honestly, you know, it might be making the late night worth it. You know, I'm
what
a little,
great round.
I'm a little addicted to Marvel Rivals, so I love getting a chance to look
Guys,
at
this
some
is a
close
top
gameplay.
200 player over
You know,
here.
love getting
That's
to see
only
some close
because he's
gameplay.
played it so much.
yeah, you know, the grind doesn't stop.
Yeah, the grind does not stop for him.
But hey, you know, when your Marvel Rivals team isn't here, you know, you got to compensate in some way. So, you know.
You gotta find rivals somewhere.
Exactly. But no, really some great work. But honestly, like, if I'm UConn, I don't see this as a failure.
No, absolutely
not even close.
Again, like
Owasso
we were
full
talking
caps.
about, you know, they beat Epic. I'm good. I'm done already. But they're gonna try to get this. But they can definitely get to that point 3. We've seen it before where they just push with that momentum like we were talking about.
But Coach Trey, I don't even see it as that. Sure, like, Owasso full caps this map, but I mean, you're playing Jeff the Landshark, so
Yeah.
you're already winning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Hella trying to take this space here. Looks like we still have the Human Torch from UConn. But yes, Jeff, that was a switch here that we
Yes.
haven't seen before. So interesting switch from UConn, maybe trying to do something a little bit different to help them.
Very, very aggressive.
Yeah,
Jeff
yeah,
able to
very,
push out tons of AoE damage. Mantis being able to push out tons of damage herself,
Yes.
but very little sustain.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That like Jeff is almost not a support. Honestly, he's really like a dive DPS.
What I might be curious to see is that UConn is recognizing how much that we are committing specifically during Invisible Woman ult if we are Owasso. One thing that Jeff does very well in the support category is that if it's against Invisible Woman or Cloak, Jeff ult is a almost direct counter to both of them. It stops fights immediately within them. The Jeff ult does come out. Does he end up securing any kills? He does. It's Cloak and Dagger.
Yes. But he does get that. Let's see, Thor coming in trying to get Mantis. Mantis going to get her ults. Again, I think this little first choke point is hard to get through, just like with a lot of maps. So I think now that UConn has kind of got there, they can start getting that momentum. So once you get here to that point, it's a lot easier for them. Especially with that Human Torch just holding on that choke. You're not getting through that.
Yes, definitely. And Owasso, they invested a lot trying to fight for that. A very late Invisible Woman ult from Ramen just to attempt to hold that space.
Yeah.
But it doesn't go without some reward. Frunk and Lukey both invest ults into that just to earn that corner.
Hey, that's one ult for two ults. I'll take it. Okay,
Exactly.
Speaking of Cloak and Dagger ult, Owasso coming in with Cloak and Dagger ult to try to take that space, try to keep this point from them.
Gives a guaranteed touch, a great fade that you saw trying to avoid that Magneto ult. And
I
two
think that
kills
was
from
good for them.
Speedy.
Yeah, they're going to take that fight with just a minute 30 left on the clock here. So we're technically a minute 30 away from someone being a grand champ here, spinning on the fight.
Coop just went for a back cap.
Yeah.
Attempted, not to any avail, but attempted.
We talked about C9. It's C9 for a reason.
Exactly.
Yeah, Magneto pushing this front line with that Thor trying to dive their back line here.
They need to be careful not to invest. Again, Coop is a pretty late kill here, so they're actively taking this as 5. The rocket ult is going to come out from Owasso.
Let's see if he can do anything.
That's 3.
He gets 3.
He needs to go straight off the map with this and guarantee this.
You do not spit that. You take them as long as possible.
But he ends up killing all 3.
Well, all 2 of them,
Or
I
all
think.
2.
Yeah.
But he cleans the Invisible Woman ult anyway.
Yeah.
That was a
great ult. I mean, that's probably why they're using Jeff. Just try to get those big plays here.
Yes.
That's what they need. They need those big plays that get some a good distance because they know fighting the 1v1 with Owasso, it's going to take a lot of time out.
Yes. And that's, again, one thing you're noticing is, like, they gather around that rocket ult. They're grouping up.
Yeah.
They're using the Jeff as a counteractive element to them trying to take advantage of their own support ults.
Honestly, a great switch from UConn. You got to finding the weaknesses, finding the problem, and adapting. Those great teams can do it.
Yes, absolutely. We're going in with a pretty solid fight. Ramen with a Invisible Woman ult. GDK, a Thor ult, which in his hands is extremely deadly, but he may not need it. Finding his counterpart Bitter, and Frunk immediately trades him, however.
Okay, Hello using her ults. From Owasso here, taking out the Human Torch.
Immediately swats that fly out of the air. And reses GDK, part of the Hella team up.
That's crazy. And Thor trying to go straight in the back line. He might be a little too much here. Let's see if they can get that Thor.
Yeah, they're definitely going to clean that one.
He
a little greedy from the Bitter King.
A little bit greedy here. I think UConn needs to make sure that they're staying together. See that he was pushed up a lot there.
You know, I love Jeff, but one of the unfortunate things about that character is that he does have a pretty big head hitbox.
Yeah, he does.
And he may have a passive that reduces headshot damage, but as you saw there, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
You got to go swimming to do that, buddy. Okay, so we got Human Torch trying to take some space here, and Thor coming all the way in the back line.
I love that they're being aggressive. Do not let this Thor sit up here and find some sort of sneaky Thor ult, which is what he was looking for. Isn't
Thor
able
trying to get
find
some up
anything.
here, but Human Torch with his Tornado ults.
Lukey uses Mantis ult. That's going to guarantee some space. Great work by Owasso, though. They're being patient. Cloak ult comes out. Immediately a Magneto ult in response. Doesn't end up catching it. We do find a trade from Jeff and Hella, however. INX has been so consistent, canceling another support ult.
Yeah.
The Cloak and Dagger falls. I bet Ramen wanted to try to save their ult there. Great push to kill the Mantis here. Heroic efforts from Ramen.
Dagger pushing with their ult here. Looks like still pretty even here with this team fights. But Yukon pushing Owasso back, getting that crucial space. 30 seconds left on the clock. Honestly, their push has been a little bit better than what we saw Owasso. I mean,
Yes.
as we saw, Owasso did that crazy 0 to 100 push.
Right.
So let's see if Yukon can get that to that third point. Very, very possible for them.
And we are entering last fight territory. Human Torch ult does come out. We do end up losing Coop, who is on the Scarlet Witch for Yukon.
Hell, again,
Speedy,
the
though,
Human
is
Torch.
going to kill Frunk, and the Bitter King has also died playing Cloak and Dagger.
Mantis pick here, and we're in the
That's
overtime.
3 kills from Owasso in overtime. They're fighting half of a very
Yukon
damaged
has
Yukon
got
team.
to get on point to keep this.
And do they have any
it?
touches? They don't.
do not.
Owasso takes the series.
Wow, what a crazy last round from Owasso. They went from literally being spawn camped from a minute left to 3 points to Yukon not even getting 2 points for that last round. Great job from
Owasso
everybody.
takes a situation with nearly a minute left of being spawn held on this map
Yeah.
to full capping and rallying to Speedy with 28.
That's what we're
final
here
hits.
for. Absolutely. That's why we
38,000
love
damage.
in-person events. It gets them this kind of experience that you cannot get anywhere else. Good job from everybody. Good job to Owasso especially. Yukon, you took down Epic. Again, I'd be holding my head held high, head held high for Epic here, beating Epic. And yeah.
Yeah, Owasso, absolutely congratulations on your title, winning Marvel Rivals, and Yukon a very well-deserved runner-up, and definitely given the champs a run for their money. You did
Absolutely.
not go down without a absolutely excellent fight. And thank you for those of that have come to watch. Hope you enjoyed our casting. And shortly here, we are going to get Rainbow Six Siege up and going, and then we
still
will
have
finally
Siege to play.
we will then finally be able to go home
Go home
and sleep.
and sleep.
Lots of sleep.
Lots of
hopefully.
sleep. Yeah.